Good evening and welcome to the Jefferson County Commission meeting. Today is Thursday, January 18th, 2024. It's 6 p.m. We're going to start off by a prayer by Anthony Aaron, Grace Baptist Church.
Pastor Anthony Aaron.
Let's pray. Dear God, we thank you so much just to be able to come to you. Our Heavenly Father, I ask that you please just guide, Lord, as the meeting takes place. Lord, these are servants, public servants for the people of West Virginia and the county of Jefferson. Just ask you, please just put your hand on them. Lord, I ask that there be wisdom and understanding. Would you give them discretion as they, Lord, decide these important matters? And Lord, we're just so thankful we can come to you. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen.
Remain standing for the pledge.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the minutes, December 21st, 2023. Are there any objections?
You go first. Sorry. You might capture what I.
Yeah, first of all, thanks to the staff for adding some of the annotations with some extra work. It's a good idea. And I just wanted to go through and catch a couple of typos. This would be under item 8. Bel-Air, if you could just fix the spelling, that's just a typo. There's a couple instances, one in bold text, one in plain text. And then item 15, please capitalize County Commission in the first line of the bold text, and then capitalize Open Meetings Act in the second to last line of the bold text. And under 16, the third bullet down, you can strike to move because there's motion by already. You don't need to see motion by to move. Strike to move, and then the third line of that third bullet point. Furthermore is there's a typo there, if you could fix that. Also under 16, moving down a little bit, one and then a parentheses. Instead of what Article 12 procedures follow, it should read, were Article 12 procedures followed? So you would change what to were, W-E-R-E, and follow to followed, F-O-L-L-O-W-E-D. And in the second part, 2 parentheses. Have you or your staff amended the zoning ordinance that resulted in the commission take action at the September 7th, 2023 meeting? Please change that resulted in to resulting from. And please also change to take action to taking action. I think that's the last of mine.
Yes, it did.
Okay, all right. Any objection?
No, I have some. Just let him go.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
Okay, section 10, I think Mr. Machi's name's still spelled incorrect in the second line. And I think we agreed on this, but correct me if I'm wrong. I think we wanted it to, that motion, or at least the notation, never mind, that's in there, sorry. Under new business 13, it was the motion by Jackson to approve the 24 County Commission regular meeting schedule. And Stolifer stating the next regular meeting would be January 4th, 2024. I did look at the recording, and I believe Commissioner Tab actually made that motion for the January 4th, 2024 meeting. Let's see. I think that's it for the 21 December 20 minutes, the edits that I have for that.
You have anything else? All right, with those edits, with approving those edits, changing the edits, so if there's no more objections, the minutes are approved as presented with you. January 4th, 2024 rate. I do have one thing on the assignments of boards. That is actually Commissioner Modesty?
That has been updated.
All right.
Okay, I have, actually in section 1, the commission president. Um, Commissioner Kraus nominated Jackson for president. And so I actually had 2 votes. I voted for myself. And as far as Commissioner Tab nominating Commissioner Stolifer, he had 3 votes. With him voting for himself. So he was elected president by the majority 3-2. In section 1, also for vice president, same thing. I think Commissioner Kraus and myself, I voted for myself. She nominated me. So that would be 2 votes. And Commissioner Stolifer nominating Commissioner Tab. I think we did notate that Commissioner Modesty nominated himself, and then we did a revote. It resulted in a 3-2 for Commissioner Tab. And then I had the other thing on the 24 approval of bills for the commission assignments. It's Commissioner Tab and myself.
Which one?
The approval of bill pay.
Assignments to boards and commissions.
And I believe Commissioner Motz, she volunteered for the water advisory, which is not on the list.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
I think that's, let me see, let me just make sure. Oh, one other change, sorry. Under presentations, number 3, I think Mr. Harvey's hire was Mr. Ward. We have Mr. Ward here. I believe it was Adam Ward. Number 3 under presentations.
Yeah.
It's further back under presentations after the approval of payroll. This is Mr. Stolifer to approve the hire of Adam Warm. I think it's Ward.
I think so too.
I think that's all I have for January.
Are there any, yes, couple more. Go ahead.
Under item 5, under presentations, there's 2 bullet points. This is my science presentation. The second bullet point in the second and third line reads staffing for the underserved areas. If you could please strike the E under and served, place all 3 words. One word, underserved, NDERSERVED. And then under item 11, subpart D, it's the last part before business. The bold text should be an apostrophe after commissioners. And if you could replace, I think there's a typo here, existence, it just needs to be the typo in the spelling.
Anything else? If there are no objections with those changes, the minutes for January 4th, 2024 will be approved. Approval of requisitions, January 18th, 2024, amount of $310,721 if there are no objections, that is approved. Or approval of accounts payable for January 11th, 2024, amount of $278,770.96 if there are no objections, that is approved. For January 18th, 2024, an amount of $445,826.69 if there are no objections, that is approved. Approval of manual checks for January 12th, 2024, $81,895.44 if there are no objections, that is approved. January 19th, 2024, $68,065.10. If there are no objections, that's approved. For approval of payroll, January 13th, 2024, amount of $333,505.19 if there are no objections, that's approved.
Point of order, $550.
550, here you go, 550. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to public comment. We have one person signed up, Mr. Dave Tapp. You'll have 3 minutes. So you state your name.
David Tapp, lifelong resident, taxpayer. The following comments. Address is 107 Tab Lane. And I've made it to 69 years old today.
Happy birthday.
And I've been paying taxes for 64 years.
Sorry to hear.
No, it's okay. Because I should have the right to be able to come to a meeting that I did not have to take to the U.S. Supreme Court for a flag to be outside. That's real. That's a shame. And this display over here is absolutely wrong. Take the Virginia or the West off of it, then it's correct. Y'all have been displaying that for years. It's Jefferson County, Virginia. My great uncle was the first judge of Jefferson County, Virginia. So just keep that in mind. That courthouse still stands. I Dave Tab attended in presentation of a roundtable of the question and answer meeting of Jefferson County Fire Association, Rescue Association, draft fire levy on January the 11th at 7:30 p.m. This meeting lasted approximately an hour and a half with Commissioner Stolliper and Commissioner Tab in attendance. A draft of a fire levy was reviewed. The Jefferson County Fire Rescue Association requested a proposed or a prompt approval for the Jefferson County Commission to approve the request to put the fire levy on the November 2024 ballot, seeking voters' approval of fire levy. This levy has very strict rules of being able to be used for fire service within the Jefferson County 7 volunteer fire companies. David Tabb asked the Jefferson County Commission to approve the request for levy to be placed on the November 2024 ballot. This is essential. Don't do this. Volunteer fire companies are done. I don't know how they've stayed on this long. They do not get enough money. This does not create payroll. This is only to help take care of fuel necessities. They still don't even have enough money to replace. They're still having to do fundraisers. Please, I'm begging you, put this on the ballot. Let the people make a decision. Don't. This whole thing is done. And then a bigger burden is going to come on you. We're going to be looking at over $30 million a year. Thank you. Appreciate the extra time. Y'all have a nice day.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 1. My understanding, agenda item will be put on our next business meeting in February. I'll skip that to go to item number 2. Shadow County Clerk.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm here to get your approval of the hire of Joseph Burwell in the state office. It is budget neutral, and I'd like for him to start tomorrow, and his salary will be $53,000.
I'll move to approve the hire of James Burwell. Start date will be January 19th, 2024. The salary will be. Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you.
You have it. You say you can choose. Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're going to move to agenda item number 3, Mark Burke. Landmarks Commission.
Thank you. 6 years ago this month, the Landmarks Commission came before the commission to suggest that the courthouse be nominated as a National Historic Landmark. 6 years later, it was declared in December a National Historic Landmark. I put a new brochure in all of the boxes. Our thinking was that a courthouse that has had 2 treason trials deserves this national recognition. If you read through the brochure, we're on our 3rd courthouse. The second one, where John Brown was tried, was destroyed during the Civil War. There are remnants of that courthouse, which was only 1 story, are in the county commission room in the courthouse. Railings, raised platform, and other. So we went to the National Park Service, which is the standard procedure, and they determined that the John Brown portion of the courthouse would not be discussed and focused on minors' trials. So we would propose that Saturday, April 13th, 2024, we celebrate this. This date was picked because there are Charlestown has a festival on that day. So there will be people scattered around. And we propose that the building be open from 10:30 in the morning until 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So individuals could tour the classroom or the courtroom. The only cost with this would be 2 bailiffs. Spoken with Jesse Jones, who's the supervisor of the bailiffs. He recommended 2 on the first floor and 1 of the courtroom. And there would be presentations of the plaque from the National Park Service. You have to pay for it. And we would like Commissioner Sullivan to see be presented by the National Park Service. The plaque is not ready. I have the approximate size. It's a rectangular plaque, 15 inches. If personally, we'll leave it up to the landmarks courthouse committee. We've reviewed what is placed on the outside of the building. I'm not in favor of using the building as a blank space for painting anything. And in our redesign of the front building, the Landmarks Commission has recommended painting everything on. Well, if we want to hang it on the face of the building, it should go to the left of the building and remove the small plaque that was presented in Charlestown. This one. But a recommendation would be brought back.
Well, I'm the liaison to this commission, and I have thoroughly reviewed the communities that I read a lot. And I thank you for that. Second, the same, so today I'd like to make a motion. I move to allow the Jefferson County Courthouse to be open to the public on Saturday, the 13th, 2024, from 10:30 a.m. to 3 p.m. At a cost of $400.
Discussion. Just one quick question. We have that. Where are we going?
The commission will pay. And it will reimburse the sheriff's department.
I move to allow the Jefferson County Courthouse to be open to the public on Saturday, April 13th, 2024, from 10:30 a.m.
Take care of the cost. Okay. All right, because when we make motions like that and it goes to the accounts payable, that's why I was just checking while we're all here. All right, we had a second. All right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful.
And we hope to have the new superintendent from Harper's Ferry, so we have, and I'm not sure the guest list. This is just getting a date on, save the date. Really, and now we can begin planning the celebration. Liz Cook, who is the business downtown coordinator for the city of Charlestown. All of the members of the city council would be
I'll put it in my calendar. For some reason. Find someone. Commissioner
I
will
think
get.
that'd be
Yeah. Good.
all right.
You just mentioned.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to agenda item number 4, interviews and appointments. The first one we have is the Board of Zoning Appeals, 2 3-year terms ending in January 2027. My understanding, we had 2 applicants. First one, I believe he's here, sir.
Good evening, Commissioners.
The interesting serving again, I'll just ask the same question. Why do you want to serve on the Board of Zoning Appeals?
I'm born and raised in Jefferson County. I've seen the growth throughout the years, throughout the county. It's been my honor and my privilege to work for and work with the residents of this county to come up with solutions in accordance, with the resources of the county and West Virginia state codes.
I believe I know the answer to this. I know you are a resident of what I would call the county.
No, ma'am, I live at 83.
I wanted to get that on the record. If you're appeal.
Service thus far. All the boards having experience is good, but in this particular.
Next on the list is I said, I asked the same question. So you heard the last. So why would you like to continue serving on the board of governors?
No, I just, since I've been here, I've tried to make a difference in the community. I just like volunteering, so this board can do that.
Ask my same question. Me or you? From my research, I don't think you're eligible to serve even if you have already. Right, well, and, I'm a layman. I read it. But in any case, I do thank you. Starting in
Serving all the time should not have been. He served.
Yeah, well, what brought it to my attention was on the resume. I don't have his home address. Usually get some documentation.
I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how you.
Your tap, do you want?
We'll ask our legal, that's when I get. All right, thank you. Next we have, Eastern Panhandle Transit Authority. All right, do you have anybody here in interviews?
Andrew Mullen.
Yeah, I'm present on the webinar.
Hey, Andrew, how are you?
Doing well. How's everyone?
Good. Thanks for joining us. You're willing to serve again, and I'll ask the same question. Why would you like to serve again in this?
Yeah, you all appointed me about 3 years ago, and since that time, I've been an active member on the board. Attended most of the meetings when I've been available, like most members. But there's been a lot of progress on the board coming out of COVID, increased ridership, increased fare box revenue, which is pretty important. But there are a lot of ongoing initiatives at EPTA that I think that my expertise can add value and oversight. They've got the transit center in downtown Martinsburg, several equipment acquisitions, and then ongoing personnel challenges, retaining employees, et cetera. And I think my perspective in the transportation industry and my experience thus far on the board can provide value for the county. And so I'd appreciate the opportunity to continue serving for you.
Thank you.
I just make the comment that man has been active and involved.
And that's a board that you serve on.
Yes. I'll move to reappoint Mullen.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Congratulations.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
We have another open appointment, but it doesn't look like she responded back. Is that correct? Of her intentions to be on the board? All right, we'll just, now that Nathan's here, legal question for you. Board of Zoning Appeals, does the member have to live in can they live inside a municipality and serve on the Jefferson County Board of Zoning Appeals?
I will be happy to review that issue for you, but I don't have an answer to that issue at this moment.
Okay, all right. Well,
I'll bring that back to you.
no, that's fair enough. All right. Well, in the meantime, while he's reviewing that, I'll go ahead and move a motion. There's only one, we had one question from one of the applicants. I'd like to go ahead and move to reappoint Matt McKinney back to the board to serve as a board of zoning appeals, on the zoning appeals board for 3-year term ending in January 1st, 2027.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. And once we get that answer, Mr. Harris will let you know. Sorry about that.
I guess my question is, will he serve in the event something comes up until replacement, since he's already on that board?
Yeah, I mean, are you okay with that?
I would think so, if he's already on the.
If we go ahead and appoint you, and you would serve unless we found out different. Is that fair enough?
Oh, good.
Okay. You want to go ahead and shoot that off?
Oh, okay, I was just suggesting that he would serve until a replacement was found anyway, if that becomes the case.
Yeah, okay.
So,
You're okay with doing that?
Whatever you guys want me to do.
I mean, I'm just saying that that's usually what the other boards do. You serve until your replacement is.
That's not, I don't typically handle that. Our attorney does. I will be glad to issue.
Okay, we'll look into it and let you know. That's not. Thank you. Okay, we're going to skip over agenda item number 5. That's a public hearing. We will definitely stop whatever business we have at 7 o'clock and come back. So we're going to move on to agenda item number 6. Elizabeth Wheeler, Director of Jefferson County Farmland Protection. Go ahead, just a time.
Good evening. I haven't met you yet, but we're scheduled to soon. I'm Liz Wheeler from the Farmland Protection Board, and I'm here to request your approval of purchase of 2 conservation easements. Before I do that, Eddie had suggested that you might want more information about the program. I know you have a full agenda tonight, and I was going to suggest finding a time to sit down with you and going through the nuts and bolts of what we do and how we do it and how it came to be. I'm happy to answer questions as well. How's that sit with everyone?
That's fine.
Okay. So to get to the business of why I'm here tonight, we have 2 conservation easements that we've been working on quite some time. The first is the my own writing here. The what we call the Aspen Pool property. This is a property at the junction of Trough Road and Muller Road. It's a 150-acre property that is in the Shepherdstown battlefield. And the conservation easement on this 150 acres is complementing 60 acres that was put in 2005 by current owner's father. So it's a generational effort here. And this is being funded or matched by the American Battlefield Protection Program in the amount of $486,264. The board is putting in that money as well. And the landowner is donating $335,535 in value. In other words, the easement was appraised for over $1 million, and the landowner is making a donation by not accepting the money, the full amount of the money. And so I'm asking for your consideration to approve the board's moving forward with this purchase.
I move that we approve that the Farmland Protection Board complete the purchase of the agricultural conservation easement for the Aspen Food Farm LLC property 2022-03.
Any discussion?
Just want to say it's, to me, it's always amazing, the decisions that property owners make and donation value that is involved in most of these transactions. Giving a gift to the county.
Absolutely, thank you. We agree with that. You mentioned that you wanted to bring another time. That sounds great. I just did have a couple of questions. A little bit more about this. Is Planning and zoning, right, the deeds and declarations that are attached here or from the source? How does that work?
Oh, well, in the case of the battlefield easement, the battlefield protection program has a suggested deed template. And we have to incorporate particular provisions. So they, there are particular provisions, particular language that they require, but we can also build around that depending on the attributes of the particular property and our own deed term requirements.
Is that a federal program, private?
It's federal. It's through the Department of Interior.
And also there was referenced preservation plan. 6 months. I don't think I saw that. Is that attached or?
I did not attach that. One of the characteristics of the battlefield program is that we have volumes of material that are involved with this. Preservation plan actually is pretty simple. It basically details, what the landowner can do to preserve the terms of the deed of easement. In the case of a battlefield easement, not build on the property. He can continue farming it, and it has been farmed for many years. It's actually very good soil. But a landowner cannot be doing any kind of excavating or any kind of building on the property. In the case of the battlefield program, they're very strict about that.
But in the preservation plan, he can continue farming.
Yes.
As I had. Wonderful, thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
All right. I have one more. This property is owned by Miss Gloria Willis. It's 153 acres on Route 51 in North Childs Road. It actually abuts another property that's in battlefield program, Henshaw property, which is about 74 acres. And so her property directly abuts it, so it creates a block of about 220 acres. And in this case, the landowner is asking for $750,000 for this conservation easement and is donating $489,000 of value. The lady is in her 80s, and as over the year that I've come to know her, she's a very feisty person, and it's been a lot of fun to get to know her, but she is passionate about protecting this property and keeping it as a park.
A lot of respect.
Yeah.
I don't recall, since we don't have it, we submitted this a little late. I don't have the name of the farm or the.
Oh,
Make the motion.
okay. It's property, well, I can hand this to you.
Okay, I can read it.
It's the, I don't have the name on the agenda, but it's the Cedar Cottage Farm.
Okay. I move the county commission approves the deed of easement 2023-01. Moved by Gloria Willis, 153 acres, $750,000. Donor donating $289,000 of easement value. I'm sorry. My apologies. Keep going.
Second. Any discussion?
Just have a quick question.
750,000.
Anybody else have any questions?
How is this relate to your budget? How are you on pace this year? And
Oh, I mean, how much money do we have?
Where does it come from?
Oh, or where does it come from? Which, well, I can tell you both things, but right now we have, well, in the bank, we have about $6 million. Almost 5 million of that is already committed to properties. And the money comes from, locally, it comes from the real estate transfer tax. That is at a rate of $220 per thousand per transaction. So we get about, the Farmland Protection Board receives a third of the real estate transfer tax in the county. We also get money from individuals. And again, the landowners who contribute value. We also have funding partners with the Battlefield Protection Program, Natural Resource Conservation Service, which is the Department of Agriculture, the Outdoor Heritage Conservation Fund, which is in West Virginia, and the West Virginia Agricultural Land Protection Authority, also in West Virginia, as well as some other organizations.
I'm going to support your recommendation regardless. I'm just curious. You have a $6 million budget, 5 million is spoken for. Of the remaining 1 million, this is 750,000. I'm concerned that you.
No, the 750 is in that.
It's part of the 5.
Yeah.
Any further questions? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Dan Murphy, Freeway Engineering. See Jenny Brockman here. We're going to schedule a public hearing for Harvest Hill Subdivision Phase 2, zoning map amendment request. Is Dan online?
Online.
Are you hear us?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. How are you?
I'm good. How are you? Thank you for having me. I'm here again in front of you representing Arcadia Development, the owner and developer of the Harvest Hills subdivision, to schedule a public hearing for the zoning map amendment. I appreciate you putting this in front of you again. And I'm here if you have any questions.
Thank you. Jenny Brockman's in the room. Can you help us out on what dates we can eventually bring this back to the planning commission and schedule a public hearing at the county?
Yes, you're obligated to schedule the public hearing within 60 days of today. We're considering the previous application to have been sufficient for you to take action. So it can be heard or considered by the planning commission on their February 13th meeting. So your first meeting in March 7th would work, or March 21st.
March 7th?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So our action is to move this to the planning commission first to get a recommendation, and then we schedule the public hearing on March 7th.
Yeah, you need to go ahead and schedule it because you have to run an ad 2 times.
All right. All right, I'll make a motion to refer this to the Jefferson County Planning Commission for a recommendation to see if it's conforms with the comprehensive plan, and take that matter up on February 13th. Also, my motion will move that we have a public hearing here, Jefferson County meeting on March 7th. We do have to pick a time.
Yeah,
That's the daytime meeting. So we say 11 o'clock, I think it should be okay.
I say normally that's
That's what I thought. So the public hearing will be here on March 7th at 11 a.m. My full motion. Any discussion?
The original application.
Website or
So, the applicant, our office. And after the, then, it was sent to the commission. But all of, back and forth with the holidays, it realized that it was not included in the public packet. So it's really just, anybody who's a caution to.
Thank you. Any further questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. We move on to agenda number 8. Will. City Manager Ransom. This is ratified city manager organization, District 2, map 8, part 9. Forward to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. As you, I presume you've got the documents in your packet, you reviewed them. It's standard petition for annexation from a property owner. Petition was received by the city of Ranson. Our process was deemed compatible with our comprehensive plan. Our planning commission and our city council. The annexation, it went through an ordinance process, Ranson.
This type of annexation is by request of the property annexed without an election process. This allows it.
For municipalities with urban growth boundaries.
Yeah.
Yes, all those details have kind of been fleshed out. The slightly unique circumstance here is this is being by the executor of the state. I think the one document not included in the packet is the actual application of the executor. By the county clerk.
I'll move that we approve those words. Urban annexation, City Ranson, a parcel of real estate containing 3 acres, 3.0 acres. One simply described as the subject property in the municipal corporation certified. January 2nd, 2024, presently located in the District, Jefferson County, West Virginia, and by the state of Jefferson County, same maker deceased as provided by the Virginia Code 86-4, 86-4A, annexation.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. So about 12 minutes before the 7 o'clock public. Move on to agenda item number 9. Request by citizen Doug Rockwell. I don't see him in the room. Is he online? Yeah.
It's about an hour early.
Well, that's true too.
Schedule.
All right, well, he shows up. About Dick Myers, is he online? We are running schedule.
I'm just.
All right, so what we're going to do, we have about 10 minutes prior to a public hearing at 7 o'clock. Number 8 and 9, those aren't here yet. We don't have a schedule. We'll take a 10-minute recess and we're going to come back. Agenda number 5, it was a public hearing, GNS property. All right, thank you. All right, welcome back. We're gonna move back to agenda item number 5, public hearing. Applicant is GNS Properties LLC, REA Properties LLC, Virginia Code 713H, 1931 as amended petition of right-of-way easement, abandonment, 5-6 lots 43E and for industrial park. What was yours, sir?
Thank you. Jim Crawford. See you again. Does anyone need pictures again? I brought them with me. Okay, good. It's worth 1,000 words, they say.
Yeah.
Basically, the quick rehash is this right of way existed from the 1883 Howell Brown map. Okay, it's old. It's not been used. It's abandoned. It's just a title problem for the owners of the lots. GNS as well as RAI are the adjoining owners. Abandoning, well, we back up. In 1990, this commission abandoned half of the right of way. Why they didn't do the whole thing? Clueless. But this will have the effect of abandoning that right of way. The properties will revert to half to one side and half to the other side. So the GNS and RAI will absorb the property into their current properties. So I have caused an advertisement to be placed in the Spirit. Anyone want to show up to complain?
I place that in the record by giving it to Mr. Ryder over there to.
I've given Nathan a copy of my proposed order. And so I think it's right for you all to vote on whether to abandon the right of way or not at this point.
I've reviewed the order and it appears adequate.
Fair enough. What we do have to do for procedural purposes, we do have to open up the public hearing. Since this is a public hearing for anybody from the public. So did anybody sign up, Sharina?
Nope.
Is anybody online? All right, if there are no objections, I will close the public hearing. Motion to accept the petition filed on behalf of REI Properties LLC and GNS Properties LLC. And get wrong one. Wrong one. It's still. Yeah, I didn't get the updated one. All right, I'll move a motion to accept the petition filed on behalf of REI Properties LLC and GNS Properties LLC as presented to the commission.
Thank you.
Second.
Any discussion?
We didn't have any comments from the public. Do we have comments from staff or any thoughts? Is there a recommendation from the staff?
I'm not exactly sure where it is. I know it's in Burr Business Park. I'm aware of. Oh, it's.
Yeah, this was abandoned in 1990 by the county commission. This is what we're abandoning.
Oh, okay.
So we're just cleaning up what.
So it's not an access. It's an old access easement, but it's not being used as an access. So
I believe there's also a gravel road that runs up here.
Pump
Sewer plant,
station.
yeah, pump
Yeah,
station.
okay.
That's not part of it.
Okay. Yeah, no, we would not have any interest in that.
My only concern is there's a resolution within the packet that I, with my JCDA, didn't want to include it in the packet the first go around. And it's a resolution by the Jefferson County Development Authority that was never shared with the Development Authority, hasn't approved nor ever put on. That's still in your packet.
Okay, that looks like an error, but it's not part of the motion or action by the commission, so I think we can overlook that error.
And could I just say that I believe that reaches back to the prior director of development. Concept does. And I don't know what actions that he took within the staff for Eddie being on board. But I believe that that's what he intended to do. And,
No resolution.
but somehow I guess that didn't happen by him. So I think that's where the confusion came from. I'm going to say that it appears that this property, it was just some sort of error from the 1990 land as being established. And that's what this really is, just clearing up.
Just as a comment, I do think it's odd. Call it half is colored yellow, the other half is colored pink. We're not sure why the action was taken in 1990, but that's the question. Nobody from the public has an answer. Nobody from the staff knows why. So on our due diligence, we are just move forward.
Any other questions? All right, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0. Thank you.
All right, I'll get you in order. Do you have a copy of what I sent you? Yes, I got paper shuffle mine. I got the best. Okay. Did you have- Sure. Sure. Thank you.
I may need to sign that. You need that or Nate? Yes, sir.
Just wanted to give it to Soraya.
Thank you, Jim.
All right, thank you.
Next, we're going to move on to agenda item number 9, Douglas Rockwell.
Good evening. My name is Doug Rockwell. My wife and I live on Daly Lane near Myerstown. The property is surrounded on 3 sides by a project that's been identified as Ripon Solar Facility, being developed by Torch Clean Energy. The 4th side is the Shenandoah River, the front right on the river. As you're aware, I've been involved in several litigations against the county, primarily because of the development of utility scale solar facilities, in the rural zone. When we first were confronted with this situation in December 2019, when you received a letter from Torch Clean Energy wanting to put in a solar project in the county as a conditional use. Well, as you've been told on more than one occasion, state law requires that if you're going to amend the zoning ordinance, the amendment must be consistent with the comprehensive plan. And that's been developed in the law for some time. So in looking at the comprehensive plan, one should examine some of the pages that I've submitted in my packet. The first, which is page 14. The comprehensive plan consists of goals, objectives, and recommendations. Page 14 explains the relationship of those 3 items. And I've underlined what is the last 2 lines of that page, which read, goals and objectives are what a community wishes to achieve. Recommendations are implementation strategies of how a community looks to achieve them. The next page I submitted was page 77 of the comprehensive plan. And it's entitled Agricultural and Rural Economic Recommendations. And I call your attention to paragraph 5, B in particular. This is a recommendation of what happens to development wanting to occur in the rural district where I live. Amend local land use regulations to permit non-agriculturally related commercial uses. by the conditional use process. In the rural zone, if, according to the word, if the use is agriculturally and rurally compatible in scale and intensity, poses no threat to public health, safety, and welfare, and if the use helps to preserve farmland, open space, and continue agricultural operations. So those are the provisions that I think that govern whether or not you can have commercial development, how it comes into the rural districts. Next, I've given to you all a copy of a memo dated July 9, 2019, from the zoning administrator to the planning commission. That addresses special event facility, one of which was related to, because of its size, was it designated as an agricultural special event facility, which did not require a CUP. The other type, which deals with paragraphs 4, says the second type describes another facility that requires a CUP. But the important part of this is that the zoning administrator told the planning commission what's required to put a non-agriculturally related commercial use in the rural zone. It has to be by a CUP process. This was in July of 2019. February 11, 2020, the Planning Commission discussed the letter from Torch Clean Energy. Torch Clean's letter wanted to put in a solar facility as a conditional use in a rural district. So they recognized what was required. At that meeting, the minutes reflect Mr. Stolliver wanted solar facilities to be an essential utility. Essential utilities are exempt from zoning. The zoning administrator explained that by definition, solar energy facilities do not fit in that definition. Mr. Stolliver then says, according to the minutes, he proposes that these facilities not have to go through a CUP process. Mind you, this is 7 months after this memo. The zoning administrator says, okay, how about a principal permitted use? That's also 7 months after she had given this memo to you all, to the planning commission. She knew that she was suggesting something was in violation of the comprehensive plan. Planning commission ran with that idea. Adopted solar text amendment 19-03. Gave it to the county commission. The county commission on October 1, 2020, by 3-2 vote, adopted the solar text amendment, allowing solar utility scale solar facilities as a permitted use in 8 zoning districts, including the rural zone. Commissioner Tabb and Warren Zeddy voted no. I and others filed a lawsuit challenging this amendment. After negotiations with your all's attorney, which is Will Rohrball at the time, in the negotiation process, of course, you explained the strengths of your case. You can give copies of the comprehensive plan to the opposing counsel if he hasn't read them, so that he knows the difficulty he's going to have. At some point, Mr. Rohrball talks to the county commission again, in the fall of 2020. And in December, they agreed to withdraw the amendment, solar text amendment, if I just agreed to dismissing the lawsuit, which I agreed. The vote was 3-2 to withdraw. Commissioners Tabb, Zeddy, and Nolan at the time. Well, November 2020, there was an election. 2 new people were elected to the county commission. Jackson, Commissioner Stolliver. Stolliver is appointed again to the Planning Commission. January, Planning Commission takes up the idea again of the solar text amendment. Looking at the 1903 ZTA. They ultimately vote to adopt it again, saying it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, and if it's not, it's going to change the circumstances that justify approval. Certify that again, to the County Commission. County Commission on April 12, 2021. People members adopt this new CTA. Minor modification. By 3-1 vote. Commissioner Tabb votes no. I and others filed another lawsuit challenging this amendment, claiming it's invalid because it did not comply with the comprehensive plan, in particular paragraph 5B. In your packet, Attorney Warball knew about. I'm sure that the person with whom he worked with, prosecuting attorney's office, they knew about it also. The suit also sought attorney fees and costs. Two solar developers intervened in the suit. Wild Hill and Horace. Horace developed Lake Farm. Okay. They hired lawyers, legal law firms, but here I am fighting the county, two developers, I and others. We prevailed. The judge entered an order declaring that the solar text amendment was invalid. Entered a scheduling order for attorney fees. My attorney has filed a motion for attorney fees. I think the county has responded. No hearing's been set yet. I'm here to see if this commission is willing to correct the mistakes of commissioners in the past, pay this bill, attorney fees, which I've sought in the lawsuit. This gives you an opportunity to do the right thing. And number two, to avoid additional cost. There has to be a hearing by law on this motion. At that hearing, there'll be additional attorney fees incurred by me that will be assessed, as well as the appearance of an expert witness on my behalf to testify about the reasonableness of the bill. You're going to have to pay for an attorney also to appear at this hearing and argue. So I've submitted the invoice, Kathy Santa Barbara's invoice. I think some of you know her. And it reflects also that there were negotiations. Well, an appeal was taken by the county in Wild Hill to the judge's decision. And while that appeal was pending, we entered into negotiations. Nathan, go over there, Kathy, myself, Mr. Jackson, Mr. Tapp. Tried to have a global settlement while the appeal was pending. We could not reach settlement on all issues. Ultimately, the county withdrew its appeal and Wild Hill withdrew its appeal. So this is a final order. So I would ask you to consider payment of the invoice that's been submitted. The amount, of course, is the total reflected thereon. Questions, I'll be happy to address them.
I don't have a question for you, but I would, for council.
Yes, Mr. Rohrbold has handled most of this. And, he is on his way here. Text from I suggest that you seek some legal advice from him. It's quite familiar with all of these arguments. Mr. Rohrbold has made all these arguments before. And I don't know why I get so Mr. Rockwell's choice, I guess, is represented by counsel. Hesitant to enter into any kind of conversation with him because he is represented by counsel. And these issues are still matters of active litigation. So this is an unusual position for the commission to be in, to have a gentleman represented by counsel come here and try and make a separate deal with our court system. But at any rate, Mr. Rohrbach is coming. I asked him to come, especially to get the commission up to date on some of the solar issues because Commissioners Kraus and Jackson, where Mr. Rohrbach had brought some of the rest of the other commissioners up to date. And Commissioner Kraus suggested at the last meeting that she wanted to be brought up to date. And so therefore I asked Mr. Rohrbach to come back in response to your concern. And so he was going to come to address that in the interim this matter was released. So I suggest that you take it under advisement. Mr. Rohrbach is here. I imagine he will probably want to address at least part or all of this in executive session because it involves some settlement litigation. And you can ask him whatever questions that you have.
You say he's on his way.
He is on his way. He texted me and said he was caught up in some traffic.
Fair.
That's a clarifying question. Did you say that the litigation is still active?
There is litigation still active that I think would impact the attorney fee issues. You would have to ask Mr. Rohrbach about exactly which cases are still active. There have been several. He's the one that's been handling that. So,
If I may address comment to Nathan.
Sure, I was going to ask you next.
Yes.
What's going on? I don't understand that.
I understand you don't. You're new, and that's so it's good that you ask questions. This suit, the only thing that's pending in the suit, I'm seeking the attorney fees, are the attorney fees. Okay. Kathy Santa Barbara's my attorney. She knows I'm here. Told her I was coming here. She's well aware that I'm here. Okay. She may be even watching it, for all I know. But from Nathan's point of view, to the extent that you come to a settlement, he's going to want an order of dismissal with prejudice as to this lawsuit in which the attorney fees are being sought. And I would instruct my attorney to do that, and that's customary for him to demand that. So any payment would be in exchange for dismissal prejudice litigation in which the invoice is submitted. Now, with that said, I didn't want to get into this because as the issue, there are two pending litigations against the county and the planning commission. There was one previously that involved the amendment to the comprehensive plan. There's a great order in that. You should ask to see a copy of that agreed order. So you know. Get the order, read the order. Okay, number one. Number two, there's a second lawsuit that was filed because you all, the commission, you all adopted solar text amendment that did not include the provisions of paragraph 5B. I emphasize the word if. Okay? Did not put that in there. That's the subject of a pending litigation also. The order entered in the first case filed. You should see that. There's some commitments made by Mr. Warcall in that order. It said, Planning Commission, County Commission, and BZA bound by the recommendations, let's consider the recommendations, reviewing the goals to decide whether to grant. Hearing then, with the EZA, the controller. Some issues. Judge Hammer on appeal. We're entered in that. Judge Hammer said the BZA is not bound by that commitment because it couldn't amend an ordinance by an agreement of the parties. It had to be about legislative function, this body. Because you all didn't do that, I have now filed another suit alleging fraud, misrepresentation, county commission. That's what I have to explain to you the situation. Give you some background. Perhaps you'll be able to ask some more questions, Mr. Warble, in executive session.
We'll do that. And the cases you've listed here,
Yes.
they're not all closed out, if you will.
No, those are all closed out, but for the attorney fees. Yes, are the ones that are on the invoice. The civil actions that are identified on the invoice, all closed out. Everything else is new. I mean, we're talking about 22, action 23. So they're all new. Okay, this one that has to do with 21.
Well, I still have to ask our attorney.
Yes.
Review.
Yes. So.
And I don't want to get into back and forth on this, but I would just say for the record, that it is Mr. Rohrboss' perception of what happened was quite different from Mr. Rohrboss. Would categorically deny any form of fraud. As a matter of fact, I think it's, I'll let Mr. Rohrboss carry it.
I didn't want to interrupt anybody. I was just asking about the status. That's all I wanted.
Thank you. All right, we're going to move to agenda item number 10. Dick Myers.
Good evening, Commissioner. All right. So, a couple of things that I had on the agenda. The first one that I just wanted to speak to is the resolution over the course of, I think we started in April or May with our 5-year hazard mitigation plan. And I know that Commissioner Kraus has been to a few of those. Between the county commission, all of its representatives, and also the municipalities throughout that time, we were able to get the plan completed, and it got sent to the state. The state did approve it. It went through FEMA Region 3. They actually approved the plan after we made some minor adjustments. So everything is good to go. So now what we're asking for is for the county commission to adopt the plan. I know that it was a very large document. I'm not sure if you had a chance to see it, but it was like 700 pages. So I'm not sure if you wanted to print it out or not, but we haven't been able to get the hard copies yet just because of the time frame. But as soon as we get a hard copy, we'll actually have one for you guys. So, but anyway, so that's the first thing on the resolution to adopt the 2023 hazard mitigation. And if you have any questions.
I was just going to say, I enjoyed.
Yeah, and we actually got a lot of kudos from Bill Coon, who is Region FEMA 3 representative on the hazard mitigation side. And he said the plan is far way above that, 5 years ago. So.
I will be happy to make a motion. I move that the Jefferson County Government adopt the 2020 multi-jurisdictional hazard mitigation as approved by the Jefferson County Office.
Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right. And also too, just, I've already contacted all the municipalities, except, well, I contacted all of them, but I heard back from everyone except for one. And I'll be getting on their agenda as well to have them adopt the
Thanks, sir.
Thank you very much. You guys have any other questions? It'd be good leisurely reading for you if you'd like to look at the plan. It is actually a little bit bigger than the old plan that we had, so. I think that's all that I needed for, oh, the other thing.
Right.
was-
The most important thing.
Trying to move it along since I was here earlier. The other thing was, since the plan has been completed and all we are is waiting for the adoption of the plan from the municipalities now, we have up to a year to do that, which that'll be done hopefully by the end of February. It's not going to take a year, but by the stipulations, we have a year to get it adopted. So since they've completed their work, we just asked the commission to give the $57,000. That was a grant that was awarded to us. So it's not really, it's like a tit for tat. So we're not actually taking anything out of the county profit.
So it's like a pass-through grant.
Yes.
So it's in your budget, but it's.
Well, it's actually in the commission's budget. It's not in ours. Yeah. That's correct.
I move that the Jefferson County Commission release the funds in the amount of $57,000 to Michael Baker International, having met their obligation within the contract that was signed with Jefferson County.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
And just want to thank you for showing up for the meeting for those, because I think it's important that the commission actually know exactly what's going on there. But as far as Michael Baker, I know that we've already approved it, but they've really done an excellent job with them and their other contractors that they had assisting us. Smith and Smith out of, I think they're Cumberland, Allegheny County. They did a phenomenal job with us and really put a lot of legwork into stuff, made it easier for us.
It was very well done, and I know you guys did.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to Nathan Cochran. I don't know if you have anything.
I do have some things that I can address outside of executive session, and I will do that. Before we wait for Mr. Robot to appear. Yeah. Okay. Sure. I have some items that I can address outside of executive session, and I'll deal with those while we're waiting for Mr. Robot to appear on some of the other issues. Okay. We're going to come back and deal with these, but for purposes of open session, I'm going to skip A and B right now. I'm going to C on my list. Based on some of the.
Can I just make a point? My item number 12 is in relation to this. So
Yeah.
questions I posed related to the advisory opinion.
Yeah,
So
and I understand that, and as I was reviewing the agenda, I noticed, great minds think alike, I guess, but you put that on there. So that's good. And I mean, however you want to address that. But I do want to say in response to some of the comments that I received at the last meeting, I have revised some of the things that I've placed on the agenda that I felt like were, the reason I placed those on the agenda every week is because I felt like those were items that had a high likelihood of case development occurring in which the commission would have to deal with an issue or provide guidance to council on an issue. I perceived, based on comments that were made at the last meeting, that you didn't want that, and that's perfectly fine with me. I took many of those things off, and going forward, if that's what you want, I won't put those placeholders on there. I will tell you that it will likely result at times that we have to call a special meeting because things occur in a case or developments occur that arise after the deadline for agenda items to be submitted. And so I will have to ask you to call special meetings if I don't have those placeholders from time to time. I put those on there for your convenience, but it's perfectly fine with me not to have them on there. It doesn't matter to me at all. So that's how I'll do that from. Okay, item number C, as Commissioner Jackson correctly pointed out, she had also placed a thing on here on that. And I am just going to bring you up to speed on where we are. I think it was the last meeting of December, I believe it was the 21st. You had directed me to seek an ethics opinion regarding various issues with committees and commission. And I began to draft that, but also I need to be certain my facts are accurate, because the key to having a good answer from an ethics commission, an opinion from them, is to present them with the relevant facts. And so I determined to place this on the Planning Commission agenda for January 9th, which was the first meeting of the Planning Commission after you all had assigned task. Because I wanted to just make sure that my facts were accurate. The Planning Commission meeting on January the 9th was canceled due to weather. So I also placed it on the next, they scheduled a meeting for the next Tuesday, January the 16th, and I placed it on there. That was also canceled due to weather. And now I have been informed that they are attempting to schedule a special meeting for either January 24th or January 25th, in whichever time they can get a quorum. And so I want to put this, and I have asked them to place this item on whatever special meeting that, so that we can, so that I can ask them to make sure that the facts I'm going to present to the Ethics Commission. So that's where we are.
Don't you go to those meetings? You don't go to the planning commission meetings?
To the Planning Commission meetings, yes, but not the committee meetings.
So
But what I'm saying is,
their permission to reach out to the ethics. Correct?
it's not a question of reaching out to the ethics people. It's a question of, I want to be certain that the facts that I present to the Ethics Commission are accurate.
So you've presented nothing to the ethics commission for a month. That's disappointing. That's a long time.
Well, I can't help it that their meetings were canceled 2 times.
But I don't see how you have to go to them.
Don't you want facts to be accurate? The facts that I present to the Ethics Commission. So I want them to be accurate. So I want to go to the Planning Commission and say, look, this is what I'm going to tell the Ethics Commission that you all have been doing with these committees. Is this correct? That's my question to the Planning Commission. So that way I can be certain that these facts are accurate. Everything depends on that.
So I think in the agenda packet on the 21st, I provided some background information on the request for the commission to ask you to submit that advisory opinion, which had some very detailed information to support the advisory opinion. I think we had determined at that meeting, 5-0, that we didn't need to bring this before the Planning Commission. There were facts in that agenda, which I can send that again, to you if you need that, of that support, or you're asking the advisory, ethics commission, an advisory opinion on the planning commission and their subunits following Open Meetings Act. So I think there were some pretty telling points to support the advisory opinion and just asking the opinion, not really like, just, you know, we're asking as the governing body over the planning commission for you just to seek that advisory opinion on the things that have been brought to our attention.
And I'm absolutely happy to do that. But for the Ethics Commission to make an informed decision about whether or not there has been a violation of the Open Meetings Act, they need to know exactly what happened. And I believe that the people that were there are members of the Planning Commission. And I think that in order to seek a request from the Ethics Commission, I need to give them accurate facts, and that's what I'm trying to do.
I don't think the opinion or the request for the opinion is to accuse them of violating the Open Meetings Act. It's just providing information to say, should they be following it? I believe that's the request, not necessarily saying they have violated. That shouldn't they be governed by the same Open Meetings Act that we're governed by, since they are appointed by us, the governing body.
So you want to go to them and ask them if they violated anything, so that you can go and ask the ethics commission if they
No, I want to go to them with the facts that I have assembled and ask them if those facts are correct. And second, if there are corrections or if there are any additional facts that they want to place in there to make the facts accurate. The question is, are the facts accurate? And that's what I'm trying to do, is to get an accurate representation of the facts about what happened. Because you have to have that in order to get an accurate ethics opinion. So it's my understanding that there's going to be a special meeting on whatever days I said.
Tuesday, is that right?
Tuesday or Wednesday. And assuming that that meeting goes forward, I should be able to confirm the facts with them. I'm not asking them if they violated anything. I'm not asking them if they didn't violate anything. I'm saying, these are the facts I'm presenting to the Ethics Commission. Are they accurate?
If the facts are not accurate, you're not submitting the advisory opinion. Is that what I'm hearing you say? If they dispute any of the facts that have been presented by constituents that have requested us to seek that advisory opinion. So I guess I'm confused as to what's the point of going to the planning commission.
It was the county commission that voted to ask you to send that.
I'm not asking the Planning Commission whether or not I should submit this ethics opinion. You've already requested from ethics. You've already told me to do that. I am presenting it to the Ethics Commission. I just want to be certain that what I'm telling the Ethics Commission is accurate as to what has happened in these meetings. I don't think that should be a problem. I just want it to be.
And this is a very important issue to many people.
I understand. I will tell you one thing.
Everything to do with transparency and openness.
That's right. And, but it's not,
There's
it's,
a lot of closed doors over there.
it's not, I would have brought it before the Planning Commission on the 9th, but the meeting was canceled. I would have brought it again before the Planning Commission on the 16th, but the meeting was canceled, both because of weather. And now I believe that there will be a meeting next week, and I will bring it to him then.
I'm confused because the night we sat and had this motion and made this decision, we had made the decision not to involve the planning commission. We were just raising points that the public had brought forward. Several people of the public on trying to engage with our planning commission as well as these subcommittees that seem to be going on behind closed doors. And we're simply saying, these are concerns that constituents put forward. Should the planning commission be abiding by Open Meetings Act as an appointed body by this governing body? So I guess we made that decision that night that we didn't need to involve the planning commission. We're just seeking an opinion.
I think the decision that you made, I suggested that you may not have standing to ask.
But you're not in charge.
I know, but I've made the suggestion that you may not have standing, and therefore I suggested that we get the planning commission to seek the opinion, because I'm certain that they want to follow the Meetings Act.
So,
But
you're
that's
saying,
what you rejected. You rejected that.
you're saying the planning commission has standing over this county commission to ask for an advisory opinion from the ethics commission?
They may, because what happens is, the ethics commission typically answer ethics questions from the person or entity that is being challenged. And I checked with them, and they said that they you may or may not have seen it. And so I am, I'm going to submit the question, and then they can tell us whether or not you have seen it.
So you submit the question, isn't it up to the ethics commission to do the investigation to determine if the things that we're asking or the constituents have asked are accurate or not?
They make a no, they don't investigate. They
don't question, they don't.
They make a decision based on the facts that you submit to them. And that's why I want the facts to be accurate. That's all it is. This would have already been, it would have already been filed with any commission.
But you don't need to ask the planning commission for permission.
It's not permission.
Guidance or anything.
It's not guidance. It's
We
just.
voted to ask you.
That's right. And I am going to. It's not, I'm not asking them for permission. I'm not asking them for guidance. I'm not asking them if they violated the Open Meetings Act or not. Those are all questions for the ethics.
But I believe that you had facts given to you. And that should be.
There's enough supporting evidence for our concern for this body to vote 5-0 to ask for the advisory opinion.
I don't believe that that's true, because the folks who are doubtless well-intentioned have not been at these meetings, and
They haven't been informed as to when and where these meetings are, because they've been very close.
I understand that, but the problem that I have is I want to be sure that we are telling the ethics commission what.
But we are telling the ethics, we're telling you what the ethics commission needs to do. Isn't that what was on the agenda? Isn't that what's in the request?
I think what the ethics commission needs to know is the facts about what has happened. And there are questions about whether or not this qualifies, whether or not this qualifies as a meeting, whether or not
You were an expert and saying a lot of numbers. We ordered you a month ago. Excuse me, he's disrespecting us. You know what? Yes, he is. And don't get me. Excuse me, I'm talking. We asked you a month ago. 5 of us voted a month ago for you to set, you've wasted a month just so you could talk to the planning commission. I know this might not be very important to you, Mr. Stallings, but it's very, very important to the members of this county who cannot find out what's going on in this county because there are a lot of doors that are being shut right now. We asked you for this a month ago. You sat on it for a
That
month.
door's been open for 3 months and you didn't come here for 3 months. So no
You know
talk
what?
about
That
shut
is not,
doors.
you know what? Can you stay on subject? We're talking about this. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that. The point is, we've been waiting for a month. We didn't need to talk to the planning commission. That's it. You should have done that by now.
And I disagree with you.
I know you do.
Commissioner,
Yes, I know.
because I wanted to be certain that the facts were accurate. I will tell you,
You had accurate.
I don't know that, and I need to be certain that I
You have to ask the people who are,
Hey, this
Shutting
is
doors.
not going, this is not going.
I will tell you
no, it
this.
isn't going anywhere. It
had-
has a lot to do
we
with
had-
it. That should
I will tell you this, I have discovered in the interim, I have not done anything. I have to,
Then tell me what you've done.
okay, but let me say this. I have discovered in just seeking information about this issue that there are the committee that is what the public seems to have the most concern about, which is the ordinance rewrite committee, is not meeting. And they have determined, and I think the planning commission has self-determined, that they not meet pending the completion of the comprehensive plan. But the affirmation of a comprehensive plan, simply because there are, if an ordinance is rewritten, it needs to be based on suggestions, guidance from the conference.
No one can hear you.
Without having that comprehensive plan finished, it's kind of pointless to keep trying to rewrite. So that matter has been on hiatus so that the citizenry can rest in that knowledge that there aren't any committee meetings happening.
But that citizen isn't aware of anything because nothing's been advertised for whatever they're doing. The point is, we asked you to do this a month ago, and nothing is taken. And that's really disappointing. Tell, to the entire county that we've done nothing for a month about this.
And I would just have to respectfully disagree.
So you did send a question.
But I am trying to do my job. And to do it correctly, we have to have the accurate facts about it. That's what I'm trying.
I move to direct the county attorney to update the county commission in writing on January 24th. That's the status of the inquiry.
Well, I'd like to,
Except I would just, you can make whatever motion you want, but I think that if the status hearing special meeting planning commission is not set yet, and I think it could be the 24th or the 25th. And so I don't know if you want to consider revising your motion to.
I did. Okay, I'll second the motion to update the county commission. I would like that update to include any correspondence to and from the ethics commission, including any draft advisory information. Do you have a draft letter or question to pose to the advisory with the information that was provided on 21st December? Is there anything drafted yet to go to the advisory?
Done anything?
I actually, I didn't want to ask for that. 'Cause
No.
I want to let him write it the way he wants to write it.
No,
I want a status
but I
update.
would like a status update, which is what we're asking for now. I would like to see something on, I would like to see a request, a question.
We might disagree. I want to ask him to be private. Draft.
It is counterproductive to distribute drafts that are not ready.
Can you guys hear that? No.
We kind of don't want to.
It is counterproductive to distribute drafts that are not ready to be final because they change. And what happens is people who are reviewing the drafts may not like what they say, where the end product might be exactly what they want. So that's why I do not want to distribute any drafts at this point. When I send a copy to the ethics commission, I will be certain copy of all of the commission.
So what I'm hearing you say is that you're going to talk to them to word a question to the ethics commission, and then you will show us after you talk to them.
No, that's not the question. What I'm going to ask them is, are the facts that I have written accurate? That's the main question that
There's a little bit of question about what the motion was. The initial motion was simply to ask a written update on the status thing. Seconded by Commissioner Jackson. Commissioner Jackson has recommended that we amend the motion, ask for more materials, and I have not sent it to that. So vote on this motion. If it fails, Jackson can.
Can't hear you. Please speak up.
Talking about the 24th. The original motion was the 24th. That's if we should take that side discussion. Supporting document.
I like the 24th.
24th. That's the motion. All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 5-0.
Nathan, what else do you have that you want to talk about in open session? Closed sessions?
I can tell you what I can tell you about that in open session, and if you want in-depth session. But this was an issue related to cell tower installation in Shenandoah. It is really against the planning commission. But you were also named, the county commission was named, therefore I am just bringing that as information. As an example of what can happen, when I put this on the agenda, there were people named as a party. It's my understanding we received a report today from the proposing council that has agreed to release the county commission as a party. So.
Nobody can hear you, Nathan.
I think.
All right.
So D, we have questions.
Yeah.
So let's go down the list, which ones you
Okay,
want.
so the summary of D is there is a lawsuit related to the to a cell tower installation in Shenandoah. The county commission had been named a party, but and I'm informing the commission that the lawsuit exists. In the intervening time since I placed this on the agenda, it's my understanding that the opposing counsel has agreed to dismiss the county commission from the case, and it will remain a case against the planning commission. So we're proceeding on that. E, discussion of legal issues and potential action regarding the civil action, which was a removal of Mr. Cox from the Deputy Civil Service Commission. I'm only doing that to keep you informed. The matter has been kicked down the road a few times. But there's a bench trial currently scheduled on Friday, April 9th on that case. So I'm only give you that information, just to keep you updated.
I think it's interesting. Out of 5 things that are I just thought of that.
Telling, isn't it?
And I would say it is a common thing when building picks up. It's a common thing for there to be litigation regarding building. Typically happens.
So what items,
Okay, so regarding item number A, I've asked Mr. Rohrbaugh to come and update the commission regarding the status of the solar litigation. And also, I believe that he would also, I know he has previously updated 3 of you commissioners, but because 2 were absent from the meeting on the day he did that. And Commissioner Kraus and I believe Commissioner Jackson also expressed some concern that they wanted to be updated about that. I, as a matter of courtesy, brought him back to do that. In the interim, Mr. Rockwell's issue regarding legal fees, which would be a continuation of Mr. Rockwell's item.
we need agenda item 9, 11A, 11B.
11A, 11B, I have a document that I need to ask you to review. And that would be an executive session. It's a matter of security, and it needs to be an executive session item. And then item number F, I believe there may be an issue regarding that might be a contractual matter and needs to be addressed.
Did you say F? I didn't-
Yeah.
Is this a, oh, I'm sorry, I was looking at this.
Which agenda item was security?
Oh,
The security issue is number,
He is in boy. I
letter
can't-
B. And I believe that,
Will Sarah.
yes, our homeland security person needs to address it.
All right, I'll move that we go into executive session to discuss item number 11, excuse me, 9, 11A, 11B, and 11F. And receive legal counsel for our attorney.
And also, B is a matter of security.
And B, it's a matter of.
The other F is legal counsel and visual counsel.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion
I
carried.
don't like that.
Motion carries 5-0. Move that we come out of executive session.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed? Carries 5-0. All right, doing out of executive session, I'll move to authorize the president to sign MOU with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, U.S. Customs and Border Protection, Advanced Training, and the Jefferson County Commission.
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, one. We're gonna have a second part of the motion after this. Like, on regarding 11F. Yeah, okay. Got it. Just a second. All right.
We have a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries. I'd also like to make another motion to request council to proceed as directed for 11F.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Motion carries 5-0. All right. We're going to move on to agenda item, it's like you took care of 12. We're going to move on to agenda item number 13. Mr. Kraus.
So I do apologize once again, my voice is a little goofy. With the head cold here. But this agenda request originally was submitted last year. This is the second of two agenda requests that were denied by our commission president. And I do not think that that was appropriate to keep a fellow elected commissioner off of the agenda. So resubmitted, in time to get on this agenda, and happily it was accepted. So the agenda policy has some, the original agenda policy has some concerns. I think that it doesn't allow the public to get on the agenda very easily. And I'd like to rectify that as well as the issue of anybody thinking that they have right to keep a fellow commissioner off the agenda and not be able to use their voice they were allowed to use for their constituents. So in the agenda packet is the, there is the original agenda policy 900. There is a redlined version, pardon me, included, and then there will be the proposed new version, which is also in our packet. There are several points, a couple points. In the original that states the county commission staff, in coordination with the president of the county commission, shall be responsible for setting the agenda for each meeting. If more requests that can be considered at a regular meeting are received, then lower priority items will be placed on the next regular meeting agenda. That paragraph is a little muddy, if you ask me. I don't know who the county commission staff is. And there's nothing there that indicates that the president of the county commission can keep anybody off. Simply move them to the next meeting. In the following paragraph on the original policy, there is a sentence at the end of that paragraph that says individuals wishing to express the commission, pardon, individuals wishing to address the commission outside the public comment forum must receive approval from either or the president of the commission and county administrator or through a consensus of three or more commissioners. Again, that's not easily understandable. So it also, at the very last, says at all times the county commission reserves the right to deny a topic, rearrange agenda items because of time constraints, and to accommodate the commission's schedule or the public schedule. And when it says at all times the county commission reserves the right, it doesn't tell us who the county commission is. The county commission is not comprised of one. So in the redlined policy, it added a paragraph. Subject to the time considerations described in the paragraph above, all properly formatted and submitted agenda items will be placed on the agenda unless denied in writing, either a hard copy or electronic, by a majority of seated commissioners. A record will be kept of all rejected agenda items. Such record will include a copy of the rejected agenda request form, as well as a copy of the written denials by all commissioners rejecting. Agenda items submitted by seated commissioners cannot be rejected. This is very important. We were all elected to use our voice. There are a few other changes that I have made in the document that are, just correcting grammar. However, the commission cannot respond to you or your comments or requests. However, the commission cannot respond to comments or requests. Minor things like that, cleaning it up a little bit. At the last paragraph on the red line version, at all times, the county commission reserves the right to, by a majority vote, who's present at a meeting, deny a topic, move a topic to the next meeting, or rearrange agenda items due to time constraints or to accommodate the commission's schedule or the public's schedule. However, nothing in this paragraph should be construed to allow a seated commissioner's topic to be denied or moved without the express consent of the commissioner. The change that I made here is that the public will be on the agenda unless 3 commissioners deny the request in writing. This is all about transparency. This makes it easier for the public to be heard by the commission. And as we are servants to the public, we work for them and not the other way around. It's crucial that we remember that. We work for them. They don't work for us. And if they feel that they need to be on the agenda to be heard about an important topic, then we should put them on the agenda unless the majority of us deny that request and then deny that in writing. So that is something that I feel would rectify the issue that I faced last year. And I really hope that we can rectify this problem and correct it. We don't have that problem. So I make a motion to adopt the agenda policy 900 with revisions as submitted. Effective immediately.
I second. I just am going to suggest just one language change. If it's a denial by the majority seated commissioners, I think there should be a reason for the denial.
Okay.
And my reasoning behind that is someone may submit an agenda request or item that is not in our wheelhouse to cover. So I will use roads, for instance. The county currently does not pave, manage, maintain roads in the county. So someone may be coming to us about a road or something that we have that would be a legitimate denial of an agenda request because it's not our wheelhouse. But the denial could also direct them to the appropriate persons or whoever if it's not within the county commission's purview.
Okay.
That's why I would like a reason behind the denial.
That is a good point, and I appreciate that. And I think we should definitely add that in.
Commissioner Crouch, you presented this, I think the last copy is the red line.
So there were 3 in the agenda packet.
Right.
Yes,
I understand that.
The red line and then.
Yes, but I don't see in what I call
Okay.
is the sections that were deleted.
So I'm sorry, yes, ma'am, right? Like, for instance, on the following paragraph, you have the same one, right?
Do you have something that,
If we're looking at the red line, my version of a red line.
okay,
copy.
all right.
So there is in red, in the last paragraph on that page, you and your, and that's crossed out. Do you see that?
I don't have that.
You don't have that?
Mine, the last one, there were 3 copies, right?
Yes, ma'am. Would you like for me to show you?
I don't see what's crossed out. I mean, I made some marks
So,
on
yes,
here,
ma'am.
but I always see something added.
And so here's, so this is what I took that out.
Right.
And then, so you would just move right past it. respond to
No, I
comments.
understand that,
Okay.
but when you were talking about the first copy, which is the original, we talked about sections that were deleted, I believe. And that is what I do not see in what I call a red line version, which shows what's added and what's been deleted.
Okay, I'm sorry, I thought that was
Maybe I
appropriate way to do this with the the original version and then crossed out versions in red.
I'm sure I can get it figured out, but.
Okay, well, I do apologize for the confusion. At the third is the proposed new version.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
I do apologize for the confusion. If that
We have a motion and a second on the floor.
I was just gonna-
I was going to open up for discussions. Go ahead.
Well, I was just going to ask if she, so since my suggestion is not on the red line, so it's not as presented, would you consider amending your motion to include my suggestion?
Yes, ma'am, I think that's good.
I just said a reason for, I just would like a reason for denial of an agenda item by the majority of the commissioners if an agenda item is denied. I would like a reason to be stated it's being denied.
Okay. So what happening? I'm sorry.
The next question is, how would this work procedurally? I don't know how it would work procedurally.
Well, if a member of the public considered an agenda request and did it properly, then, and everything was on time, no reason to deny it, then, I hope I'm answering the question. Then it would go on the agenda unless a majority of commissioners disagree.
What's the time frame for all the commissioners to review the agenda, make comments, deletions, come to an agreement, and then post it for the public? That's what I don't understand.
That's a concern that I would like to raise too, because I think that would be a violation of meetings that could be voting on something prior to the meeting. We would actually have to call a meeting to do that. So we would have a meeting before the meeting to approve the agenda. And we have a minimum of 24 meetings a year. Now we're talking about having 48 meetings a year.
So the important thing to remember here is this is all about transparency. And it's also all about not letting one person have too much control over the agenda, which has been a problem. So I suppose it's fair to say I did not think about that. And I would love to talk right now about what we could do to make this.
So if I may, just, so I've read through this and it, the agenda items come in. First of all, agenda packets obviously have to be complete information. That's what this policy is saying. You submit an agenda request, you submit the backup, and that information gets included in the agenda. I think the items for potential denial or in question would be held over or brought to the commission at the commission meeting to decide if it's going to be denied or if it's going to be put on the next agenda.
I think that sounds.
And that would be a determination. This is pretty much a checklist, I believe, for staff when an agenda request comes in as to what's required, the deadlines on here of when they're to be submitted, what a complete agenda packet looks like. And I believe we actually say in here, if it's an incomplete agenda packet, it will be moved to the next meeting, or they will be contacted. If they've missed the deadline with a complete agenda packet, it will be moved to the next meeting.
I have another question. You made reference a couple of times that you did not get something on the agenda. Could you be more specific and say what was not put on the agenda?
You would like for me to do that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So I made an agenda request the first time to get on regarding the solar text amendment discussion. And what I understand happened there was it was late. I talked to Michaela. I said, Michaela, can we get this on for that? It was September 7th. And she said, let me call Steve. I'll call you right back. So she called me right back and said, yes. Steve said that would be just fine. No problem. Just thank you. And then 5 minutes later, my phone rang again. It was Michaela. Rejected your agenda request. And I was very surprised. It was disappointed that with respect to fellow commissioner. She said that you said that this discussion had already been had, this decision had been made by this commission. And of course, you know that that's not how this works. So she told me that under no circumstances. I made a second agenda request once I looked at the agenda policy very closely. I made a second agenda request that I could address those problems so that I would not, and other people, members of the public, commissioners, and other elected in the county, would never have the problem of being heard by the government again. And I was denied that. When I say denied, I mean same thing we did with the first class. There were 2 agenda requests.
What was the second one? What date was that submitted for?
I suppose I'd have to look at my calendar and get back to you on that. I don't have that off the top of my head. But,
Was that after September 7th?
like I said, I have to look
So
at.
that was after September 7th when you didn't show up for a meeting.
Steve,
I was asking a question.
here's what I'm saying to you. Under no circumstances is it ever okay to deny a fellow commissioner the right to get on the agenda.
Good.
Okay, under no circumstances is it okay to ignore members of the public when they want to talk to their elected commissioners about things going on in the county. And under no circumstances is it okay to deny fellow elected county the right to get on the agenda. And you have ignored many people. And you had no business doing so, and I'm trying to rectify that. Even in the original. I don't know who you think you are.
I want
Trying to deny
to bring
me
your
the
attention
right.
to an email sent to the county commission.
Oh, okay.
It was from our staff. And they asked that for the record, I want to say that I have never denied another commissioner's
You
agenda
ignored
request.
my agenda
No, I didn't.
requests, 2 of them. Yes, you
No, I
did.
didn't.
Yes, you did.
So here's,
Twice
I
I
haven't,
submitted agenda requests, and twice I saw agenda packets that came out without my agenda request on them.
I'm getting there. We had an email from our staff that said, basically, we have a holiday weekend, a holiday, which is Labor Day. And she asked that agenda request be in by noon on Wednesday. You did send an agenda request in on Friday at 1:30.
Yes.
At 1:30.
Yes.
I don't know what conversation you had with our former county administrator. I was not privy to any of that, so that, in my opinion, that's hearsay. I did ask our former administrator to email you and say, and let you know that we've already approved the agenda and we'll put it on the next agenda, our next meeting. And here is an email to you from Michaela. I'll read it. I tried to call you. The agenda cutoff is passed, and I have been really cracking down the last 2 meetings on last minute requests. I don't want to play favorites. That's not a good practice. Let's put it on the following agenda. I will write myself a note to do so. I copied Jess to put it on the next file. This is in black and white. This is an email that she sent you. So now you want to,
Originally approved it.
I did not.
Yes, you
I
did. She
did not.
called me and she said,
Well, again,
Steve said, no problem. And I said, thank you, Michaela.
I think you would need that.
And then you read it and saw what it was about. You
No, I
didn't like it.
haven't.
In my opinion, that's what happened.
I can
Yeah, I'm going to
She
raise a
called me
point of
back
order
about 5 minutes
with
ago.
respect to our fellow commissioners. If we could have one commissioner speak and then conclude their comment and then have another commissioner speak instead of talking over each other. I think
I know, and
that'll
I'm
help everybody
sorry. I do
hear.
apologize. It is late and I've been waiting many months for this opportunity. So Steve, there have been 2 occasions when 2 of my agenda requests were completely ignored by you. And that is a fact. I made the agenda request. The agenda packet came out. And it was late communication from you. And there were no long
But you had
meetings or
communication
anything.
from our
See, I thought that it was
administrator.
my turn to talk.
Go
No,
ahead, go ahead.
I thought it was my turn. So, no, sir, that you complete, and my agenda request, because you did not like, my opinion, you did not like the discussion of the solar tax. And that's what I was told by Michaela, is that you said, no, this has been decided by a previous commission. And we're not gonna
Then
So,
if
that is what it is.
if what you're hearsay is,
So Steve, do you have a problem with correcting anything here? Because do you see a problem with anything?
yes, I do see a problem. I see a
Okay.
problem that you cannot follow the cutoff time to get your agenda request in at a proper
I
time.
did on the second one.
But then
I
you didn't
did
show
on
up
the
for meetings
second
for 3 months.
So I'm
Sure,
going to
I
raise
don't
a
have-
point of order. Sorry to interrupt, but a point of order. Let's just,
This
I'm
is,
not saying anybody needs to be quiet. I'm just asking politely to,
yes,
let's one at a time and then
thank you.
move on to the next commissioner.
So as I mentioned, that's not what the point of all of this is right now. I do not have dates on the top of my head, in my pocket, and I apologize for that. The problem is, as I said it, and I'm trying to remedy the issue by this red line diversion, which makes it easier for the public to get heard by their county government, which I think is absolute. And the more people get involved in county government or any level of government, the better. It's very important that people understand what's happening, especially at this level. The point made also that agenda items submitted by CB commissioners cannot be projected. That is very, very important because just like you, I was elected to use my voice for my constituents, and that's what I was attempting to do. You completely silenced me. That was inappropriate. I'm sorry. I need to be contentious. I've been waiting a long time for this opportunity, and I am ready to work to get this document, worked on, added to, deleted from, whatever. Like, if I need to rewrite it and come back to the next meeting, that's fine. But if there are only minor changes to be made, we can certainly go on that. I'd like to know, does anybody else have any issue with the redlined version? Pasha, do you have a problem? Trisha already told me what she would like to include. Pasha, do you have any?
I don't have any substantive comments. I would just note that I had agenda request denied because I missed the deadline.
Yes, well, I did
And I
too, but
think-
then I made a deadline.
I think it's frustrating, but it seems to be a rule that applies to everyone equally.
Masha, were you put on the next one?
Yes, in fact, it's the next agenda item up. I missed the deadline last time around, and now we're talking about it today.
I just want to say this policy, I mean, I think the policy is pretty clear and straightforward. I think there's no, I mean, we need to be respectful of just of the deadlines, and I understand missing those. I think it's pretty straightforward, and this applies countywide to all elected officials and the public as far as meeting the deadline, permitting staff to do what they need to do, pull the agenda together in a timely fashion. I mean, I like the edits. I just believe that any agenda item that is denied by the majority of the commission should have a reason for denial. And I think for those to come before the commission would be, if it's in our wheelhouse or not, those items for consideration would be presented at a commission meeting for the commissioners to make that decision if they'll be on the next agenda item or not.
I just want to make a statement. I have the floor. I just want to make a very clear statement that you are never, ever denied your voice. What you did, you missed the deadline. This is pretty clear in black and white that Michaela had emailed you and said, we're going to put it on the next agenda. So
Then why didn't it go on any other agenda?
this did get on because you took upon yourself to vote on 8.2 of the solar ordinance illegally under the.
I came to.
So, I'm sorry, this is my time on the floor. Thank you.
You're right.
So I have never denied your voice. It's here in black and white. Your hearsay conversations with Michaela, you can't prove it. I have an email that she sent you that she said that we will put it on the next agenda. So your voice would be heard. We have to follow the agenda cutoff line policy for our staff because, I mean, it was a Friday afternoon before a holiday weekend and the agenda was already approved. I mean, that's pretty simple. I don't know that you want to take the opportunity to rewrite the entire agenda policy.
Entire agenda.
I'm sorry, I'm talking.
Yeah.
You want to rewrite the entire policy because you were late getting an agenda item in. And now you want to have an extra meeting to approve, for all the commissioners to approve an agenda, the agenda. We have to have another meeting or we would violate the Open Meetings Act. So, I mean, it just doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. I mean,
I'll tell you what, why don't I take this back? Why don't I work on it and get it submitted in a way for the next meeting? And it can go on our next agenda and we can discuss it again with some revisions. What do you think about that? Would that work for you?
I can't make any.
If it is submitted on time, I'm sure it'll go on.
I can't make any promises until I see the revisions.
No, sir. It's not up to you to determine if it goes on the agenda.
I thought you were saying.
Excuse me.
I was going to approve it.
Excuse me. You do not get to determine if you like it or not, then it goes on the agenda. No, and you just said that. If I bring it back, if I submit it properly, on time, agenda request filled out properly and everything, it will go on the next agenda, correct?
Is it on tonight's agenda?
Yeah.
Oh, how about that?
Steve, answer my question. Will it go on the next agenda?
I have never denied any of your agenda requests.
Will the answer this question then? It should be very easy.
I have never denied any of your agenda requests.
This is a simple question. There's nothing funny about this. This is a very simple question.
Your agenda request will not be denied, Jennifer.
You're telling me right now, my agenda request will go on the next meeting.
Is it on here tonight?
It's on here tonight.
All right, I move the previous question. Motion? Did we vote on it or did you want to
Are you
withdraw?
withdrawing your motion or?
Right, Jane?
Let's go ahead. There's no motion on the floor.
Yes,
There is a motion.
There's a motion to approve it.
I'm just asking if you're withdrawing your motion, if
I
you're
sup-
bringing this back.
Yes, I suppose I will withdraw my motion and I will bring this back for the more discussion at the next meeting.
And if I can request that we get total red line, the complete red line is what I mean, of the deleted, the original with the deleted, the additional verbiage that you want to include. I would appreciate that.
All right, well, we'll move on to agenda item number 14. Continuation of.
Okay. Before we even get into this, I just wanted to comment that I'm not interested in litigating anything that happened in the past. This is a completely forward-looking request. We look into this a little bit more. I don't want to talk about any disagreements that happened. Of course, anybody can say anything they want, but the reason I brought this up today is simply focusing on what the commission is going to do moving forward. With that preface, the idea here is there was a news story about some sort of a risk to our emergency services being provided to the public because of issues pertaining to information technology that is needed to support emergency services. So what I'd like to do is ask our staff to come up with a protocol that is within the law to maintain continuity of emergency services if the commission is unable to meet or unable to approve expenditures for some reason. The reason we want to do that is so if in the unlikely not able to meet, just had a global pandemic a few years ago, strange things do happen. It's not likely, but it's possible. If this is to happen again, we want to empower the staff within the law to maintain those emergency services and make sure that this risky situation that came up in the past does not repeat itself. Of course, there may be limitations in the law that prevent us from doing that. That's why in the agenda packet, you'll see a second part of it, suggested motion that says if there are such limitations under state law, draft a letter requesting amendment to state law for whatever it is that's inhibiting commission staff from doing what they need to do. That's the idea there.
Well, we do have a developed continuity of operation emergency plan, but it's focused on usually natural disasters. That's through the document that's housed within Homeland Security. I don't think it really addresses the situation we're in. I do think it's something that we should do and make sure it was covered in some way, shape or form. You know, E911 has portable stuff that can move to another location if they need to, all that, but we've in a different situation.
You're talking about continued service as far as paying for radios, IT, equipment. That's what I'm assuming you're
I
referring to.
think so, but all I know is what I've read in the newspaper, which is not,
Okay.
privileged information
So-
the staff has.
Addressing the financial aspect and making sure you're meeting financial obligations. We have an emergency expense policy or emergency fund policy. But secondly, is we have a purchase order policy. That those items were budgeted, there's a purchase order process. We might want to revisit the purchase order policy and how that works. If those funds are budgeted and what can be permitted to move forward and what those limits are and getting those obligations met. The county commission sets the budget for the departments and we earmark money for those departments for these situations. As long as it's within the agreement or within the fund, they should be able to pay the contractor, the vendor or whatever.
So, I mean, if it's, declared a natural disaster or something like that,
So I think it's
there are emergency.
that purchase
powers,
order
but we
policy.
don't fight in that situation, yeah.
And I believe, be wrong, but that would be in the purchase order policy too. I believe there's an already up to like $10,000 by the county administrator. So, but it would pay to revisit that purchase order policy and update that. And but I'm guessing I mean, since you mentioned IT and emergency situation, that's what I'm assuming you're referring to.
Yeah, I crafted the motion to be open and just let staff figure it out. Sounds like that's the way.
Yeah, so I think the commission could do pretty much like the agenda policy is just review the purchase order policy and have discussion on that at the next meeting.
I
That is defined as an emergency.
Right, so, and that would need to be in there.
Would be the security.
I think it needs to have something in there, not only for emergency purchases, but also if we, you know, like you said, we can't meet or unable to meet for various reasons. And I'm not sure how you would draft that. I mean, I'm sure we could come up with something creative, put in there.
Well, for emergency spending, at least at this point, is if a generator goes out, something goes out at one of the buildings or whatever to a disaster or whatever, that would be an example of an emergency expenditure or something that needed to be replaced on that. But there are limits on that. And the county commission does set the budget. I just think we need to revisit the process of purchase requisitions and purchase order policy.
I think we need to go beyond that. That's what maybe I'm not making.
So maybe, yes.
Yeah.
So I think, but I'm saying, I think we look at this and probably put it on the next agenda to visit that.
Nathan,
your mouth,
your time.
I'm guessing.
And I don't know what Homeland Security, haven't been on that committee for long.
I mean, I'm more than happy to work on it as you direct, but it's going to require some thought. And it will take a little time.
So I don't know, we should have it on the next, so have it in 2 weeks.
You can put it on there to talk about it, but I almost promise you I won't.
So we're talking about two tracks.
I think so.
We're talking about the financial aspect.
Right.
I have been,
Unable to meet physically or any other reason. Yeah.
Well, so we had the transmission that went out in the ambulance. Michaela wanted the emergency expenditure approved for, she emailed us for a response on approving that.
Yeah, I understand that. It's just that if disaster physically, we can't meet, we've got no communication, whatever. What do we do?
Is that something that we should have a discussion on?
Well, I think we need to review what we have. I don't know if we have enough in there.
I think that it mostly contemplates things like a natural disaster or terrorist attack or something.
All right, I'll make a motion and we can amend it based on discussion. I move to direct county staff to draft a protocol in conformance with state law, to maintain continuity of emergency services. The commission is unable to meet or otherwise unable to approve expenditures, including but not limited to a review of purchase order of the county purchase order policy. Further move to draft and send a letter in consultation with the county attorney to appropriate representatives requesting changes in state law as needed to provide for effective continuity of emergency services. if the commission is unable to meet or otherwise unable to.
Second.
Okay.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I'm just curious. So you're asking him to search to see if there's state law for the staff to follow protocol and determine if there's not, then to contact representatives?
Right, so there's some sort of
I'm sorry,
problem.
I meant Nathan. I didn't mean him, but.
There was some sort of problem a couple months ago. And the point of this motion is to direct the staff to come up with a solution to the problem. And if their answer is, well, we'd like to do X, but we can't because state law prohibits us, not empowered to. Then the second part of the motion says, well, that's fine. Just let us know what that is so we can
Right, but
pursue it.
that's what I guess my question is you're asking to determine if there's state law that permits staff, that you want them to come up with a protocol. They would need to know if there's state law that permits them to do it before they come up with it. I guess
So I think you're right about that. And so I would view this from what you're telling me, and of course you can tell me to approach it anyway. I would view this as a two-part issue. First, to review some of the current policies that we have and determine if allowed by state law, how to improve those policies and bring them back to you for suggestions. And then point two, if we determine there is some issue, I'd like to the doctrine about delegation of power. And there are certain, you can delegate some power, but not all power. So if that has that creates, stops us from doing what you wanted in point one, then is that right? Okay.
Mitch Rose to
All
say
right.
what he said.
Any other discussion? All right. Good.
I just was asking, can you state what you just said? And is that an appropriate motion? Two motions.
I think that, well, I think the real essence of it is the paragraph that he has there, moved to direct county staff to draft a protocol. And of course, part of that will have to be reviewing what we already have in place, determining whether or not there are issues related to what it can allow us to do and where the weaknesses are. Right. So I think your motion there, point one, is great. And then I don't know if do you want to move to two now, or do we want to see what? That's up to you.
Yeah, I think it's fine as it's. If you see a shortcoming or an obstacle, state law prevents you. Prevents the county from providing emergency services.
Yeah, and so then I'm reading in paragraph 2, the key part is as needed in the second line.
Your discretion.
So what you're.
And when I say you, I mean the county staff, not
Yeah.
just you.
So what you're saying there is if the current process is not sufficient, then.
Yes.
Right. Okay.
Any more
Did you
discussion?
get all that? That's why I was asking for clarity. That's what I was just saying. Yeah, that.
The additional text to what's already in the packet is the phrase at the end of first part. The first part is move to, it ends with expenditures. Remove a period, change it to a comma, and then add the phrase, including but not limited to a review county purchase order policy.
All right. With that being said, any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Motion carries 5-0. All right, administrative reports.
Okay,
it down. First, it was legislative summary. I sent you the most recent summary that I'd received from the County Commissioners Association. And they send out requests for fiscal notes throughout the day, and I've been sending those along to staff. So the clerk's office has been fantastic. One of the concerns that was expressed at from the county commissioners was elections. There's a bill that would change elections and require it in a substantially increased number of locations. And so the clerk's office responded very quickly with what the impact would be to the county. So I want to say kudos to staff. They've been very responsive so that we can include our comments in those fiscal notes. I'll be in Charleston next week for the West Virginia Economic Development Council meeting that's in Charleston, and then also 4, 5, 6 of February for Leadership Jefferson and Assembly West Virginia Association of Counties happening at the same time. Transportation and housing's already covered, so I mean, hiring solicitations. Mr. Jackson had asked me to give an update, and this was as of last week. I'm having Jessica receive and review all of the applications because I haven't decided yet about putting in an application yet for the county administrator. So as of last Thursday, it was 11 for county administrator, has already been received, 31 for the deputy county administrator. We discussed with the commissioners about places where we should be soliciting applications. And so I've listed those all in the packet, and you'll see that it's probably the most number of places that we have ever solicited for an application. And this is still, when you're looking at 11 and 31 applications, that was as of last week, and the position for the deputy closes on February 5th, so we still have time for people to apply for that, and the 16th for the administrator position. So I expect those numbers to increase. Usually when a position is open, the last week is when you receive the bulk of that. Then going down the list, I guess I should pause. Are there any questions about the legislation or hiring?
I was just gonna ask what day would we be down there next?
Next week is 24 and 25. I'll drive down in the morning on the 24th and go back.
In there, Sunday through. Let's see if you're gonna be down there at the same time.
And let's see here. So then emergency services onboarding, there was a request also from Commissioner Jackson about the status of that. And as of last week, we had gone through policies 101 through 208. And I think we're halfway through 211 at this point. It is a pretty typical process. So I brought all the people to the table at the same time. So we have payroll, myself, ESA, and legal all at the table to address questions in real time. And this is something I will let you know that ESA has gone through 4 different county administrators over the course of the last year, and it's a difficult process to continue to ask the same questions and address the same questions. They just never meet it over finish lines. But I'm happy with the progress we're moving quickly. And my guess is in those meetings we're at 4 or 5 hours of working on those. So I'm working on trying to get you updated payroll policies with regard to ESA.
Do you know if we're still, I know at some point we outsourced and had help from CPA firms for trying to integrate or build out Tyler to move ESA into our payroll system?
So they're ready to implement, but we have questions. The reason we're sitting down are things like, when does the day start? For ESA, it had started their shifts are 8 to 8. And then our county system is from midnight to midnight. How do you do that? What do you do for overtime? What do you do for holidays? The county has, for instance, we follow the holidays that you approved at the last meeting, the meeting before. if you read the bottom of that, it says, in addition to the days listed above, if the governor declares a holiday, it's also a holiday. So ESA celebrates holidays on the actual holiday. We celebrate on the day observed. Then the governor gives another day. And now suddenly we're paying prime, which is a triple rate for 3 different days. So that would be a significant burden to bring them fully on board for 3 days. We need to figure out which day it is and then how they're paid. And so all of those are negotiations that we're having around the table. And so we're at draft for those policies 101 through 111.5. And so we're working through. So right now they could just export their CPA report and we can import it into Tyler, but it's those questions.
And we're still using the CPA front carry swope for their bills and stuff, or how's that working?
I'm not quite sure the firm that they're using, but they're using a private firm.
I think there may be some questions that be advisable to have someone such as that, whose expertise is in some of these payroll issues to help us. So I don't know if the commission needs to further approve that. That's what the administrative.
I know Carrie's been processing their payroll, the firm that the ESA's had. But I thought at some point we had
we did
a
have some,
couple people coming in to build out Tyler to try to get it up to take care of them. And I just didn't know if we still were using those or where we were with that, if that's still moving forward. That's to actually for the county to build out so we can move it over to.
and I don't know about the Tyler issue, but we did have assistance from a CPA that I quite frankly don't remember who it
I
was.
think it's Carrie.
And I believe it was somebody else, as a firm in Martinsburg.
Oh,
I believe,
yes. I think it's
To help us
the
with
same one.
some of those issues.
Yes. I think it's the same one. That
Okay.
But I mean, I can ask Jackie.
And I guess, and I don't mean to hijack your point, I guess the question would be, do you feel like you have get some help?
No, and I think we're not quite at that point. We have to make it through these policies first. So they're the payroll. And then if we have technical questions, then we can assistance beyond.
Sorry, just
Other questions with regard to ESA? Then next is on to the TIF lawyer. So on September 7th, the commission tasked the administrator with hiring outside counsel. I'm in the process of trying to find that outside counsel. It's really difficult to find TIF attorneys. I've only been able to find 3, and I'm gone back to the Hilltop House attorney to get their most current agreement so that I can send whatever their most current agreement is onto the attorneys that I'm interviewing. So I hope to have one for the next meeting.
I'll have to dig through it, but there was one, because I think it was Elkins or
So I
County
had
or one of them.
one you recommended.
And that was one that they had used. That's who referred me to whoever.
And that gave me the third. So that's all
Okay,
that I got.
all right. I was just checking in case I needed to send that.
And the budget draft I sent around. Mhm.
Is it possible to hire a lawyer who doesn't have any clients with potential business before the county commission? Would you
Possibly.
look for that?
I can definitely look for that. And what I can do is if they do have commission business before the commission, I'll disclose that.
We will get to see who these. Yes.
So at least it's my understanding from reviewing the minutes from that meeting that you tasked the county administrator with hiring the outside counsel. And then that counsel was supposed to address your questions. What I'm going to tell you is if you want to review them, we can definitely do that. They're only free. And I'm trying to find one that doesn't have a conflict with the county, that doesn't have business before the county and doesn't represent Hilltop House. So I'm hoping that there's one there that doesn't have. fall into this.
I think it's important to know who they are and. Thank you.
So you would like me to review them?
Sorry?
You would like me to bring them back to you for a final review? You don't want me to pick them?
I would like to see their credentials and.
I think the motion that we made was like, it's kind of left wide open for the administrator just to go pick one. So,
So it directed the county administrator to hire and they did. Want to change that? That's up to you.
Yes, I will make a motion that the interim administrator in a search for TIF attorneys to present the county commission with those that you find their credentials.
I'm okay with full reign because like you said, there's not very many of them anyway. So I'm just to pick one for you. So that's Bobby.
There will be a delay bringing it to us. When I say there will be a delay, do you think that the task of bringing potential hires to the commission will delay your hiring attorney more than, let's say, a matter of hours, or a couple of days?
So it was my intention to have one hired next week after having the opportunity to interview them. My hope was to do it this week, but it's only the second day in the office, considering all the snow days and the holidays, so I haven't been able to get them on. So it would mean that I don't hire them next week. The first meeting of next month, I bring them or bring their resumes, which you would like, and then hire them. So it depends, did you want them at the next meeting to answer your questions on TIF, or did you want them at the next meeting?
Well, I think Mr. Kraus, I could be wrong. Are we talking about interviewing them or just, I'm just suggesting that we see their credentials and who they are
Yes, I'd like
and
to.
what their background or experience has been in so I think it's just reviewing.
May I ask a question for clarification that might help? Is her hiring contingent upon your approval of the candidates?
I mean, no matter who we hire, there's going to be an expense against it. So yes. Yes. It's kind of like asking for an RFP to a certain degree to advise the commission on the TIP projects, on the TIP project that's been presented to us. So in essence, she's searching for them, but it's kind of like us interviewing as if we put out a request for a proposal for attorneys to apply to represent the commission. That's just it. I would like to see their credentials.
Again, I'll reiterate, I'm okay with just finding one and hiring because I know there's are a few, very, very, very few attorneys out there. And I have a feeling when we get down there, we get lucky to have one that doesn't have a conflict. I'll be happy because there's very few TIP attorneys. So I'm happy with this motion. I'll call the question. All in favor of bringing the resumes back to the commission? Signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? No. Motion passes 3-2.
Right, I'll bring that to the next meeting as long as we get that information back. Then the draft budget schedule was sent around to you and to the department heads. I think that there was some concern addressed about the days March 4th, 5th, and 6th for department heads to get their presentations. There was some concern that commissioner that may not be available those days. Some commissioners might not be available those days.
I'm sorry, are we talking about the Board of
So if you go down to, it says Jefferson County Commission FY25 budget process calendar.
Budget
draft.
Oh, right, yeah.
Um,
So I just wanted to confirm dates and if you would like to move back 4, 5, and 6.
so just one thing that I noted, and I think you might already be aware of this, is that there's a budget preparation workshop on the 21st in Martinsburg.
I'm registered for that as
Okay, great. I don't know if you're available for that. I go to it every year just in case something changes. Just to set through that. 4th, 5th, and 6th.
I know I'll be coming from the Association of Counties.
So this is March.
Oh, sorry. I thought you were
4, 5, and 6.
Typically,
Oh, okay,
I
yes.
don't have very many meetings on the, anything on the last week of any month. So can we move that back to the last week of February? Presentations?
These workshops or these commission meetings?
These are
Presentations.
presentations by the staff.
So
By our-
usually all the departments come in and present.
And usually it takes 2 days.
What are the legal requirements for attendance? I'm asking about the 4th, 5th, and 6th, not the dates per se, but the content. These presentations, are they commission meetings? Perhaps the president.
For the board, yeah, I think we just schedule it.
But
Are commissioners legally required to attend? If you don't,
You could,
potential lack of quorum that could deny the commission.
you could do is, you can zoom in. The presentations of the budget, so you can always watch the video. So
What it is, the department heads come in and present their requests. We ask questions. We don't make decisions. Reviewing what they presented, if they have questions or concerns. But it's not budget deliberation.
So, on Tuesday.
That was the same one that Commissioner Salver brought up. So I, was trying to text Bessie here. I think that she had something the last week of February. So the 26th, 27th. After 27th.
yeah, we just. I think we typically took 2 days.
Oh, and she says absolutely. Okay, so then we will. Those dates being 26th through the 28th. I just need to. This way I know.
And this pretty much calendar events from the auditor's office is usually March 7th through March 28th. Our budget's due on the 28th.
February?
March.
Okay, so we will confirm those and then send around if anything else pops up, please let me know. And I included in there that Jackie Shadle had shared with me the auditors. Next is the Cox holiday letter. So there was some concern in speaking with Commissioner Tab about trying to bring someone on that would have experience in CFO function of government. It's very on in the amount of time required for us to put together our budget. I have spoke to Commissioner Jackson about what we may be able to do, and she let me know that Berkeley County outsources their CPA work with this regard, and that we currently have a contract with Cox Holiday. And so I reached out to Cox Holiday to see if we could get an extension of their agreement to expand the scope, help us with the budget preparation. And so that's in there. And so I would love a motion to countersign this engagement letter for budget preparation services.
And I see this is capped at 15,000.
So fee ceiling of 15,000.
I'll make a motion for the proposal. Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries 5-0.
So then the next was the board workshop request, and so we needed to set that and working with the assessor's office and with your schedule. It looks like Tuesday, January 30th at 9:30 a.m. So if it still works, then a motion to. And that for the public, the board is the board of review and equal position.
So you're doing a workshop for
So it was requested that there be a
workshop on how the process works. Okay.
When was that again?
So for Tuesday, January 30th at 9:30 a.m. I have a tentative hold on the room.
All right, motion for that. All right, I'll move that we have the board training here January 30th at 9:30 a.m.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, motion carries 5-0.
And that'll be open. Okay.
And then my next was Harvest Hills, but you guys already heard that earlier. The next is amplification of sound and text of proposed motions. So at this point, I just had a proposed meeting, IT and police and facilities to come up with a plan. And since that time, Russ has decided that he can take it in-house and do it. And so he's already ordered the equipment. It's supposed to be delivered by the 29th. And as long as work schedules, we don't have snow, it should be the 2:15 meeting that we have amplified sound. And so it should be able to be done in-house for about $3,000 or less. And the second is we're working on closed captions, so not only displaying text of motions, but many of these systems. And so we're trying to work with the webinar system to try to have closed captioning. And then we're trying to have displayed text back here. And so while we're looking at securing some of the microphones that are in the ceiling and adding the additional microphones on the table, we're going to be testing out a few ways of displaying the text of motions on that back screen. That works for all of you.
I think it's awesome. I'm really impressed. I mean, that's a quick turnaround. It solves everything we requested in the budgets.
I'm curious about the damage that was done to the system that we had installed. And was that ever repaired? I don't know where we are with it.
So I don't quite understand the background. In speaking to Russ, he said something along the lines of we withheld our final payment for the installation of the system because they were unable to come and repair it after the storm. And so that's where I think we are, the standoff, because we haven't made the final payment. They said that everything was installed correctly. We say you didn't install a surge suppressor, which damaged the system. In fact, it's my understanding that they didn't even order it, so.
Wasn't it 60,000?
65. That was the company out of like Florida, Gainesville or something.
And so they have $60,000 about it? And
I don't know what the final payment is. I can find out what the breakdown of those payments were and get it back to you.
well, yeah, I mean, I'm just saying if they have all that
We might want to litigate. Could be expensive, but we really think they not treat us fairly.
I've not been involved in that or asked to look at it.
So now if you want to go down that.
I guess I would talk to Russ and ask him about the system. I remember the storm where it was knocked out and we had no way of recording the meeting.
Yeah.
It's kind of at a standstill.
So we're not continuing to pursue them fixing it at this point. Russ is finding it within his IT budget to fix, send me the stuff, but I'm not in IT. It's amplifiers and microphones and that kind of a thing. So the goal is for 215 to have that up and running. Then with this commission, there's been some concern about Ethics and Open Meetings Act. So I reached out to the Ethics Commission. I have done board trainings with the Ethics Commission for JCDA, and I asked them if we could get additional trainings. There are two listed here in the packet. One was hosted by the Parks and Recreation. I reached out to Jennifer Myers and said, could we open this to everyone in the public? She said, absolutely, we'd love to be the host. So that was shared on the alert system and through our social media. And then I directed all of our department heads, if they had a board, they could send it to their board. And I also asked that staff attend and for them to report back to me. And several of the boards that we have talked about tonight. Then also the Ethics Commission is also hosting a training coming up on February 8th. So the Parks and Rec training was at 7 p.m. I also wanted a midday option so that we can try to hit all staff and board members, whether they have availability. And so the February 8th is at noon. And those were all shared.
7 p.m. meetings is open to training.
It was open to the public, shared on the alert system, shared with all department heads, shared with boards, and shared on our social media. And then I think that is the last.
Well done.
All right, so the business that comes for the commission tonight, if there are no objections, we're adjourned.